Hello and welcome to the stream. Hope everybody's having themselves a good day today. I myself had a very positive day, and oops. That is from last night. I was actually making something, recording something for YouTube last night. I forgot to take that off the screen. So my bad. And no, it's like it still my camera got reset regardless. So anyway, hope everybody has a good day today. I'm finished work, and today was a good work day. Very good. It was a very good day of work. Simple assignment, able to get into it, get a nice flow, interview a variety of different people. Donald Trump's been indicted. There's a announcement that Persona 3, there's going to be a a remake of Persona 3 from the PlayStation 2 era. So for all those who wanted PS3, P3 Fest, or with the answer and all that, that's coming early next year. My big thing is, okay, is it going to be just a straight remaster of the PlayStation 2 games? Or excuse me, it's a remake because they lost the code or something with it that prevented it. That was like the big hang up regarding Persona 3 not being the one, the part of the big collection that came out late last year, early this year, with Persona jumping, the big announcement that it will be on not just a PlayStation title anymore. It's going to be on multiple consoles. So that was a big deal. Hey, it's Foxy Harley. How you doing, Foxy? So that was a huge announcement. So a new Persona 3, Persona 5 spin-off game is a tactics style game, which comes out late this year, and then Persona 3 Reloaded comes out next year. My big question is going to be with the Persona 3 remake, is it going to have the female protagonist in it? Because so that's a huge question there. All good, Foxy? You're welcome for the shout out. Now, I didn't see what other big game announcements were announced. As a matter of fact, I did see a couple of big game announcements. There's a new Sonic the Hedgehog game coming out. That's going to be like classic old school Sonic, just with modern graphics, and it's going to support up to 4 players. Which means, from what I saw of the trailer, it looked like it's going to be in the style of the new Super Mario Brothers games, where you can have up to 4 characters play on screen. In the case of this new Sonic game, it's going to be Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy Rose. Basically the equivalent of Mario, Luigi, Toad, and Princess Peach. So we got... was there... And I saw the gameplay trailer for Mortal Kombat 1, aka Mortal Kombat 12. And one look at the gameplay of that, it's the same gameplay mechanics as Marvel vs. Capcom EX Edition for the PlayStation. For those who don't know, the Capcom Versus series, in terms of their PlayStation ports, were basically unique, altered versions that did not have the tag team mechanic in place. So you had... So they made them into a single one-on-one fighting games. Street Fighter versus X-Men and Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighters were kind of bad. Marvel versus Capcom for the PlayStation 1 had it 1v1, and you could have assists coming in and out constantly. working in with different combo systems. So Mortal Kombat 1 is basically copying a game, a bad, a unique version of a game from nearly 20, close to 25 years ago, give or take. Tough to do math because I don't know exactly don't remember exactly when Marvel vs. Capcom EX Edition came out for the PlayStation. And matter of fact, this whole thing just has me incentivized. Maybe I should play that. I throw that on there, do a stream with that. Those forgotten EX games. Hook up the PS1. I don't know. So tonight we are actually looking to finish Mass Effect again. Now I thought about we could have done it last week, but I forgot how long certain things were, and I was taking my time, so forth, because I am very thorough on a Mass Effect playthrough. So we are going to pick up on Noveria. And then it's basically from Noveria to the Citadel to Ilos, and then back to the Citadel for the finale. All right, made an egg bologna cheese bagel. Do some ketchup on that. Very, very good. Very unhealthy, but very, very good. So as opposed to like last Friday, I'm in such a good mood right now. And while I do have water here, gotta put some Pep-C in my step. All right. Now, for those who have been following the Mass Effect adventures over the past few weeks, you will know it was primarily Kaidan and Ashley on the playthrough, but we got the achievement required as it relates to having those characters being mandatory on every mission to get to get the achievements associated with them out of the way. We got Ashley's the previous week and Kaidan's last week. We left Kaidan on Verdmire. So for the rest of the game, we can use, for this mission, and we got Liara and Rex. In other words, the problem is I don't exactly have gear for Tali or Garrus to bring them along. Hey, Striker.
I heard the administrator's been arrested. Any chance you had something to do with that?
He was corrupt.
Most people here are. I wish you could take them all down. So what can I do for you today?
I have to go.
You need anything? I'll be here.
Oh, we're good on that. Excuse me. We got them belches. Striker, hopefully you're having a good day today. How am I liking Street Fighter 6? It's been good. I've been playing it a fair bit off stream, knocking out achievements. And I found some exploits on how to get some achievements better. There are on my count there will be there are probably 3 achievements potentially 4 I will not ever get. One's winning 30 avatar fights. The other three are related to tournaments. But the gameplay is fine. I prefer, in the World Tour mode, I prefer modern controls, but when playing head to head against other people with the regular characters, I prefer classic controls. And by default, I am currently playing mostly as Ken.
Access to the garage is restricted.
I have authorization. Excuse me.
Yes, that's genuine. Drive safely. The weather's supposed to be pretty bad out in the Alutsk Valley.
Saving content. What could possibly go wrong here?
So that's what the Asari had in a crate.
Well, we're off to a big start there. Take it all, because memory serves me right, we did clean out a good portion of the inventory last week. Get into the vehicle. Here we go. Welcome to the land of ice and snow. Everyone has it. Okay, we should be able to take out some enemies. Jump out of the Mako at the right spots. We're cruising. Normally we'll be using the Mako a lot more. All right, we get in. Into the car, out of the car. We jump in, we jump out. Technically, this would have been like the first time we would have seen these particular enemy types. But because I'm playing this game a bit nutty, We're taking all the risk. We're taking all the gambles. And again, there's like you get more experience points when you are not taking out enemies from the tank. So, plus my own curiosity regarding: is it possible to get hit max level on a single playthrough? It's looking like no, but I'm just curious how close we'll get. By taking these extraordinary chances. Oh, we get extra equipment. Like we're cruising along. There's another big enemy coming up. My camera box is hiding the radar. You just have to trust me that there's something large up ahead that is shooting rockets at us.
Now is not the time.
Liara, don't tell me it's not the time. It's always the time. Liara telling me it's not the time. I'm the commander. Whee! Now, if you ever wanted to feel cold, nice and cool, just so I have, as the temperatures are getting warmer, you definitely get like a nice visual of a nice frozen wasteland. Again, it makes more sense. Stay in the Mako and shoot it. Again, we're trying. I think it's only possible if you get out and actually attack the Thresher Mauls on the ground, which definitely not advisable no matter what the circumstances are or the context. So how close are we to the next level? Well, fairly close. Oh wait, that's a Krogan down there. I fell down the ramp.
User alert. All Peak 15 facilities have suffered a great deal of damage.
Have they really?
Materials present throughout facility. Virtual
What did we get here? Shotguns.
intelligence user interface offline.
We will need to get the reactors back online. Why are the turrets facing the wrong way?
They want to keep their people in as much as they want to keep others out.
Yeah, that's one way to consider it. They're keeping their employees in. No one leaves early for work to go home early here in this place. That story can't go anywhere. Notice, they put their weapons away. Shepard did not. Neat.
What was that?
Probably debris. Don't have a panic attack. I'll protect you.
This place has a big cockroach problem.
What were those?
Damned if I know, but someone on this mountain does.
Surprised Rex didn't recognize them. I knew that was going to happen. That's why I was looking at it. Hey. Tries to ambush you from behind. See, now I put the weapon away. Doot 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 doot. Ba 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 ba. That tune is actually the music that plays, in case anybody's wondering, that this happened to click in. That this happens to be the tune that plays during most of the elevator rides.
Shepard.
Is not as good for Shepard, that one is. Alright. Options. Sound. Not enough power for a restart. Yeah.
Critical startup error. Virtual intelligence user interface offline.
I knew I forgot something. I forgot it. I'm sorry. It appears to be inoperable. I know it's like repair using 100 Omnigel. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. Simple, really. Simple.
It looks like you're trying to restore this facility. Would you like help?
You're the virtual intelligence that runs this place?
This system is monitored.
Yeah, her intelligence is totally virtual.
Commander Shepard, I work for the Citadel's Special Tactics and Reconnaissance.
One moment, please. Council authority confirmed. You are entitled to secure access of all systems. Please note that queries relating to corporate secrets require privileged access. Privileged access.
My access is always privileged. We checked it at the door.
This system is ready to process queries. You may access me at any holographic interface within Peak 15.
I need to find Matriarch Benezia.
Lady Benezia departed on the passenger tramway to the Rift Station subsidiary labs. User alert. The tramway system is currently inoperable.
What's the situation here?
Bad. It's a bad situation here.
Diagnostics in progress. Critical failure. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. Critical failure. Landline connections are disabled.
Somebody cut the landlines.
Systems are offline. Report complete. Do you have an additional system status query?
Do you know why the reactor was shut down?
I'm sorry, but I was offline at the time. Shutdown could occur if reactor breach seems likely, or in the case of catastrophic laboratory containment failure.
Or both.
Emergency guidelines suggest the frigid environment will kill biological contagions. It may also damage mechanical ones.
Turn off the heat and hope the cold puts whatever you've unleashed to sleep.
What do I need to do to get the power back on?
Rex,
The
Rex
valve
putting it in layman's
for the
terms.
fuel line must be opened. This can be done at the controls on the reactor assembly proper.
What are the landlines and why are they disabled?
The landlines connect my mainframes here at Central Station to the various sub-facilities of Peak 15. This allows the crew to remotely access my databases from the comfort
I just realized that
of their labs.
the VI actually has better hair option on its model than Shepard does, or as a matter of fact, a lot of the hair that's available in the game.
The landlines.
The landlines are designed for
So I was like,
easy
yeah, well, damn it.
connection. The router for the landlines is on the roof.
Shepard would not get good hair options until the Mass Effect Legendary Edition from a couple years ago.
Connect and reboot automatically.
Tell me what happened here.
I'm sorry, but I need a more specific query.
Tell me what occurred immediately before you shut down.
Stage 1 alert issued at Hot Labs. Contaminants released from Laboratory Pod Gamma. Emergency protocols implemented. Stage 2 alert issued at Hot Labs. Isolation 2 breached. Tram shut down. Landline to Hot Labs disconnected. Stage 3 alert issued locally. Contaminants in tram tunnels. Station shutdown and evacuation initiated. Code Omega sent.
What sort of contaminants escaped?
Cockroaches.
I'm sorry,
Big
Commander.
cockroaches.
Inquiries
They're
related to our
huge.
research require privileged access. Only executives of Binary Helix have that level of clearance.
The creatures we've encountered here, did they come from the labs?
I'm sorry, Commander. Inquiries related to our research require privileged access. Only executives of Binary Helix have
Damn it, I am an executive.
Why were you taken offline?
In the event, Peak 15 must be sterilized for security purposes. My program and data are purged.
They kill you if something goes wrong?
My systems are permanently disabled. To be killed, I would need to be alive. I am merely a database program.
That's all I need right now.
Very well, Commander. Logging you out. User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required.
All right, let's take care of the landlines first because
User alert.
this was right here.
To the roof. User alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are
Wonder why Liara is on this mission is because her mother's here. And Rex is here because for the big revelation of the Rachni. See, I know the plot points.
User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required.
And we leveled up.
User alert.
Landlines repaired. Let's see, where do I want to put that to? Might as well build up that intimidation factor, right?
Connections restored. Processing new data. User alert. Unable to connect to Hot Lab facilities.
Tell me what happened here.
I'm sorry, but I need a more specific query.
What's the status of Rift Station?
Rift Station has been locked down by the staff. There are presently no contaminants within the facility.
The staff is alive then?
The staff is alive with the sound of
Why is Rift
music.
Station locked down?
Emergency procedures require each facility to isolate itself to
No, I've never actually seen that movie.
It would
I just make the
also help if
reference.
There are several employees quarantined for medical treatment.
If it's locked down, will I be able to enter?
The passenger trams can bring you to the facility. Further access will be at the discretion of the security forces there.
Give me a status report on the hot labs.
I am sorry. The network connections to the labs have
Ooh.
been damaged. Data is limited.
You have no idea what's going on inside.
I'm afraid not. My last log entry is shortly after the Stage 2 containment alert was sounded.
Give me an overview of the facility.
The hot labs isolate dangerous biological or
And
cybernetic
some things about this game that did not age well.
The complex
Some
is
things are more transparent than they need to be.
Accident, it can be irradiated and sunk into the ice.
That's all I need right now.
Very well, Commander. Logging you out.
Do 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 do. See, we've gone full Paragon here. Although at this stage in the game, because we got the achievement for going full Paragon, I can justify Shepard being rude, pissed off, borderline on the verge of snapping with any of her responses on key conversations coming up.
User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required.
Manual restart. And I remember something right there are things. Yes. I remembered it was there. I was thinking, like, wait, was something going to pop out the vent? And like, yes.
Now entering main reactor. User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual
The detailing on Liara's head is rather awesome.
Shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required.
All right, we're being jammed. All right.
User alert. Main reactor shut.
I do not like this place. Too many dark secrets.
I believe Liara said something about there being too many dark secrets. Few lines have been fixed. Now, if memory serves me right, there is like some extra goodies here. No, it's not here. It's oh, yeah, it's on this side. That's why I came out this side. Yeah, I forgot. Take all the stuff. Take all the things. And there might be an enemy still hanging out in here. Nope. Yep. That's what I was talking about. Like, yeah, I remember where a lot of this stuff was. So now we head on back. The inability for Shepard to actually sprint, like Shepard is just a light casual jog. All right, Mira's not going to have any additional information. We head on back. All right, just have it out just in case. I knew it! I was ready for you this time! We were completely ready for him.
User alert. Loose contaminants in the decontamination chamber. Access to passenger tramways inadvisable.
They're locked in.
The door could be finessed. It appears that the
Control group, loosen them. They're in... Can't escape. The tunnels now. We're sorry. The leads couldn't get to the struck. Out while you can.
Burn! They burn so good!
because he was part of whatever happened here.
Among my people, a suicide's body would be left for scavengers. The Nathak will get to him eventually.
Online. Connected to subsidiary facilities. How may I assist you?
Tell me what happened here.
I'm sorry, but I need a more specific query.
That's all I need right now.
Very well, Commander. Logging you out.
It's like... Okay, that one I did not remember being there.
Perimeter secured.
Rex, if the perimeter was secure, I would not be using Omnigel every chance I get. Now then again, we have, used a lot more than we normally would.
The sooner we're off this frozen world, the better.
I need to get my blood flowing. Find me something to kill.
Rex needs something to kill.
Departing Central Station. Destination, Rift Station.
Rex needs to murder something. Quick!
Now arriving at Rift Station. Binary Helix Research Facility.
Oof. We need to get like what? 26,000? Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be enough XP here to actually come close on that one. More elevators.
Stand down. Sorry, we couldn't be sure what was on the tram.
I'd do the same. What's going on here?
Bugs. Zillions of them, coming up the tunnels from the hot labs. My team's been running on stems for days. Look, you're human and that's enough that I won't shoot, but I'd like to know who you are.
My name's Shepard. I'm a Spectre.
Huh. I won't look a heavily armed horse in the mouth. The aliens overran the hot labs
Yes.
last week. Only
You don't look a heavily armed force in the mouth. You look at them in the barrel
First, we knew the bastards
as
were
they aim it
guarding
at
the
you.
command post. We had a lot more staff then.
I'm packing fire and steel. They want to fight with claws and teeth, it's their funeral.
You got my support. The board sent an Asari to clean up the mess. She went to the hot labs yesterday. We haven't heard from her since.
I'm not gonna let any of your people die.
All I can do is hold out here and protect the civilians.
There's an emergency elevator out by the trams. This card will let you activate it. It can take you down to the hot labs.
Oh, and if you need any first aid, Dr. Cohen's downstairs in the med bay.
You're certain the matriarch is still in the hot labs?
She hasn't come back here. You came through Central Station, so she ain't there.
Did the aliens come from inside the facility, or did they attack from the outside?
You want my personal opinion? Labs
Yes, that's what we're
are
asking.
Stupid crap that gets people killed.
Tell me about the structure of the hot labs.
It's built into one of the glaciers further down the mountain. Real old, thick, stable one. Something goes wrong, they heat it up and sink it into the ice. Normally, the crew gets to the labs using a tram from Central Station. We've got an elevator that connects directly, but it's for emergency use only. Listen. I'm not sending my people down there. It's too dangerous. You understand?
How are your people holding up?
We weren't expecting the initial wave. They made it inside. We lost some good people.
Who did you lose?
We've kept
Them.
shifts and
Who's them? That's who we lose.
I don't like it, but I don't see an alternative.
I need to know more about the situation in the hot labs.
The facility's off the network. The only way to find out would be to send scouts down the elevator, and I won't send my people to their death.
What can you tell me about the aliens?
Ask Dr. Olar. He's the only one who made it out of the hot labs. He's the only Volus left in here.
Tell me about Rift Station.
I can't talk about everything. What do you need to know?
Tell me about the defenses here.
There are no
Sure enough
defenses.
that you shouldn't poke in corners.
I just wanted to offer some deployment advice. You're lucky these things are dumb animals. 3 coordinated guys could take this place.
Have you checked the layout yet? Easily defensible by a few people. That's not counting the automated defenses.
Automated defenses can be overridden.
What impresses me most is the turrets, alarms, and cameras. They're all routed through a central location out by the quarantine labs. One guy can lock down the whole facility. The security hub's the last logical fallback, and we'd have cover from the turrets all the way.
What kind of research is done here?
Beats me. I'm not supposed to know. So long as people don't start dying, it's not my problem.
I've got work to do.
Yeah, I hear that. Hell! Man the perimeter!
Go, go, go! Go, go, go!
Well. Excuse me.
Thanks for the help. Every few hours, a group comes up the tram tunnel. It's actually better since we locked down the elevator.
We're all in the same boat.
I don't know why they keep throwing themselves against our defenses. Even animals should learn not to stick their noses where it hurts.
Alright, moving right along here. We'll get that extra lore and stuff. Normally, this will be a mission done early in the playthrough of Mass Effect, but for us, it's a big one to be done late. Let's start being nosy as well.
Where did they come from? Were they in the lab? I never went in the high security areas.
What?
You're a member of the science teams.
Recently transferred, yes.
What do you do here?
Molecular genetics. I specialize in biotic enhanced allele-specific hybridization.
Think you could translate that into galactic?
It's a genetic thing. Forget it.
You seem less upset.
Yeah,
about
she's
the
very,
situation than the
you know,
others.
she's very rude.
That is one of the virtues of the meditation you interrupted.
Tell me about yourself.
I am Alestia Alice from the University of Arraeus. Is there anything in particular you want to know, or should I just spout random facts?
No need to be so rude.
You are interrupting my meditations.
Are we?
Precisely how rude must I be to convince you to leave?
Do you know Matriarch Benezia?
Why ask me and not your friend?
Because I do not know anything about the matriarch.
Then why would I?
That's all for now.
Then I will return to my meditation.
What a very rude lady.
Uncertain. I welcome you. Cautiously, I am curious to know what you're doing here.
It seems I've been caught up in events.
Sympathetically. Everyone here could say the same. For now, with forced cheer, I still have a limited supply of equipment to sell.
Let's have a look.
Regretfully,
Most of his stock was confiscated.
my stock is being appropriated by Captain Ventrellis.
Potentially we can bring Garrus along. Let's start selling anything. Oh, we do got okay, so we got enough stuff for Garrus and Tally if I want to take one or the other.
I hate the cold.
Rex hates the cold. If you want to know, it was because he doesn't just have his apparatus that shrivels up. He has a quad.
What do you want?
I've had a long day. Don't piss me off.
Yes, I'm sorry. I haven't had much sleep lately.
What happened to these people?
They're suffering from a toxin. There was an accident. I have a non-disclosure agreement. I shouldn't discuss it with anyone outside of the company.
But you're going to, because I might be able to help.
And I'd like to think that the company finds our lives more valuable than theirs.
No, what company does? No company finds anyone's lives valuable.
She handles the safety protocols for our experiments here.
You should consider doing safer experiments.
All progress requires... Look.
This guy's being
Is
rude.
this really the time for an ethics debate? We lost
It's always time for
in
ethics.
the middle of an experiment and the quarantine failed. These three were exposed to a toxin, something we were working on.
I understand your caution, but I need details. What you say won't go beyond these walls.
It's a bioweapon, based on an exotic life form discovered on the frontier. They wanted something that could kill the creature. But there was no profit in something that kills one species on the frontier. We kept working on it and adapted it to affect more species. Thoros B is highly infectious, but can't pass from one person to another, like a biowar attack without a pandemic spread.
Do you imagine that distinction makes this ethical?
Militaries.
You know, that actually raises the thing is Mass Effect 2 does have like the thing on Omega with the plague that goes around that doesn't affect humans.
You made this, but can't cure it. Don't you people take notes?
Our first priority was getting it working. We were close to synthesizing an antidote when Mira went down. Our notes and equipment are locked in the quarantine labs. Captain Ventralis doesn't want to risk more contamination.
Is he right to keep people out?
No, the toxin has a brief period of viability. After that, it breaks down into simple protein chains. But he won't listen to me.
I'll talk to him. Maybe I can convince him to let me try.
I can't ask you to do this officially, but if you can do anything, I'd appreciate it.
How's the science team holding up?
Better than Ventralis' guards. They've been on alert since the first attack. I've been administering stims at their request. But every species needs to sleep. They're getting twitchy, irrational.
Are you the doctor here?
I'm a doctor, but not the doctor.
Yeah, of course. He doesn't look like Tom Baker.
Not first aid.
You know, he seems more like a David Tennant type. Possibly Christopher Eccleston.
The automatics can handle basic treatment. Mira runs them.
Talk to you later.
I hope you can do something.
I guess I like making my random Doctor Who references.
Something you need?
I've heard about the problems in the quarantine lab. I'd like to recover the toxin cure.
God, I wish we could help those guys. I really do, but we can't risk contamination now.
If we survive, your employers will want a report from me. I wonder how much insurance they have on those scientists.
All right, you want to gamble with your life, you're not under my command. I'll have the guard let you in, but he'll lock the door behind you. He'll run a full scan before he'll let you out. If there are any anomalies, you stay in there.
Great. We'll be stuck unless he decides we're healthy.
I'll radio ahead to let the guard know. Good luck.
I've got work to do.
You and me both.
Yep. Funny enough, how the conversation put us on the front, on the one side, like, because we approached him from the back, and but they put us in front of him. You couldn't turn him around. Hey, look, another elevator shaft. I can dig it. Actually, on the raid on the, I don't know, it's because, again, Tali actually, because she can hack. No, I don't need to bring Tali, because I got that with Shepard. So it'll be Liara and... That's Ashley. They probably present Ashley as the obvious racist. And Olar.
You came to find out about them, didn't you?
Are you trying to be cryptic or are you just nuts?
Yes, he...
I wish I were crazy. It would be easier.
I need to know more about those things out there.
About the Rachni?
Rachni? That's preposterous.
The Krogan wiped them out 1,000 years ago.
They found it in a derelict ship. An egg. Waiting since the last battles. They brought it here.
Shut up! God, you want to get us killed?
I don't have any control over who lives or dies here. Do you?
If you're gonna be crazy, be the quiet kind.
Crazy? I'm sane. God, am I sane?
I need to know everything about the Rachni.
I told you all I can. We brought the Rachni back from the dead. In retrospect, a bad decision.
I heard you were at the Hot Labs.
Yep.
How did you
The
make it
rollers
out
are
alive?
cool in their own way. The short,
I killed
the
her.
stocky, the brief heavy.
Doctors on Mu. We were going to lunch when the alarms went off. I ran into the tram, and I closed the doors. She banged on the window once, then they sliced her to pieces. Her head came apart like a melon.
Melons.
I killed her.
The only thing you could do was save yourself.
Of course. That is perfectly true.
Could Matriarch Benezia survive in the hot labs?
It's possible. The specimens were sensitive to biotics.
I'll be leaving now.
Yeah.
Oops. I went the wrong way.
You're not part of the crew.
My name's Shepard.
Look, Plague doesn't care who you are. This lab is under quarantine. What do you want?
I have Ventralis' permission to go in there.
Yeah, he radioed. He also said you have to prove you're not contaminated to get out. You got a death wish? You should stand watches on the barricade.
All right. Now, memory serves me right. Now, there should be extra goodies around here. I put so much into upgrading certain parts of Shepard's skill set. Cure created.
Your mission ends here, Shepard.
We'll see about that, bitch.
She's surrounded by Geth and pointing a gun at us. Shoot her!
You're not as stupid as you look. Weapons free!
Well, what did they drop?
I need to get my blood flowing. Find me something to kill.
Rex, we just killed these things.
They came out of there.
That door's locked. How can I get in?
A team lead would have access. Like Dr. Cohen. He's in the medical bay.
I'll be leaving now.
Yeah.
Gotta keep the mood light. I mean, if you don't laugh, you'll... yeah, you just have to.
All right. Do 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 do. Bum, 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 bum.
Is that the cure? You did it?
I was ambushed in the lab you sent me to. If you set me up...
You were attacked?
Yes, I was attacked.
I don't know anything about that. I hate conflict. I've never even fired anyone. I have my receptionist do it. Look.
So he's that type of bureaucratic doctor.
Since you got here, I think they were expecting you. And there are more labs in the back. The guards won't even let me back there. Just people with clearance.
Somebody in here needs a punch in the throat.
I don't want to get involved in this. I'm just trying to save my friends. Let me see that file. An extension on Phelps' work? I thought he was on the right track. I can't thank you enough. That... Oh, God, what a cliché. You saved their lives, do you know that?
Could you spare a few medical packs? They're worth their weight in gold up here.
You didn't get these from me. Ventrolis wanted them saved for his people. I need to administer this. Thanks again. They seem to be coming along well.
I need to get into the maintenance areas.
You're not supposed to go back there, but I guess there's nothing to hurt. Here's my pass. Just don't tell the guards.
Talk to you later.
Of course. Be careful.
Us be careful? Never! Alright, so. Since this all ties together, we sneak around. I wonder, sometimes I will have to experiment with that another time. I wonder if I can hit the hot labs first before doing this part. The corpse fell on the ground.
You do not know the privilege of being a mother. There is power in creation to shape a life.
Hi, Deanna Troy.
Toward happiness or despair. Her children were to be ours, raised to hunt and slay Saren's enemies. I won't be moved by sympathy, no matter who you bring into this confrontation.
I have no idea what you're talking about, and I don't care.
Indeed. What have you told her about me, Liara?
What could I say, Mother? That you're insane? Evil? Should I explain how to kill you? What could I say?
You could have told us all of the above.
An Asari commando unit before. Few humans have.
You won't look so smug with a hole in your head.
Your insolence is a poor mask for your fear.
We're not really attacking her head on.
This is not over. Saren is unstoppable. My mind is filled with his light. Everything is clear.
I expected better from Asari commandos.
I will not betray him. You will. You must listen. Saren still whispers in my mind. I can fight his compulsions briefly, but
One thing you say about Nezia, she's quite top-heavy.
Able to break free of his control now.
I sealed a part of my mind away from the indoctrination, saving it for a moment when I could.
But it says a matriarch. How you can tell she's a matriarch besides her being top-heavy? Her hat has an M on it. If it was golden, it just says like an advertisement for McDonald's.
The glass as your hands torture and murder. I was powerless, nothing but a tool for Saren. He sent me here to find the location of the Mu relay. Its position was lost thousands of years ago.
How does something that big go missing?
4,000 years ago, a star nearby went supernova. The shockwave propelled the relay out of its system, but did not damage it. Its precise vector and speed are impossible to determine. As millennia passed, the nebula created by the nova enveloped the relay. It is difficult to find any cold object in interstellar space.
Great camera angle here.
Particularly something swathed in hot dust and radiation.
Tell me where the Mu Gate is before I lose my temper.
Of course, Commander. I transcribed the data to an OSD. Take it, please. There isn't much time. I transmitted the coordinates to Saren before you arrived. You have to stop me. I can't. His teeth are at my ear. Fingers on my spine. You should. Oh, you should.
Mother, don't leave. Fight him.
You've always made me proud, Liara. Die.
Well, we fell down. Where's this last one at?
I cannot go on. You will have to stop him, Shepard.
First you turn on the Council, now on Saren. You're not loyal to anything, are you?
I suppose that is how history will know me.
Dramatic falls.
Good night, little wing. I will see you again with the dawn. No light. They always said there would be a...
Well, now to deal with the big cockroach. It's a zombie. Shepard, you mean to tell me you don't hear those? It's a jump scare moment.
This one serves as our voice. We cannot sing. Not in these low spaces. Your musics are colorless.
Musics? What?
Your way of communicating is strange. Flat. It does not color the air.
Shoot.
When we speak,
I'm being told I can't sing by a bug.
This is going to be a fun conversation.
Yeah, you got that right, Rex.
we are the mother. We sing for those left behind. The children you thought silenced. We are Rachni.
How are you speaking through her?
Our kind sing through touchings of thought. We pluck the strings, and the other understands. She is weak to urging. She has colors we have no names for. But she is ending. Her music is bittersweet. It is beautiful. The children we birthed were stolen from us before they could learn to sing. They are lost to silence. And their suffering, they cannot be saved. They will only cause harm as they are.
I don't understand. Why are your children killing people?
These needlemen, they stole our eggs from us. They sought to
And
turn
Shepard is standing behind her, so it's like, boy, the camera angle is just wonderful, isn't it?
songs of
Great
their
camera
own.
angle.
Our elders are comfortable with silence. Children know only fear if no one sings to them. Fear has shattered their minds.
I understand. A child left alone in a closet until she is 16 would not be sane.
If you're sure they can't be saved.
It is lamentable, but necessary. Do what you must. Before you deal with our children, we stand before you. What will you sing? Will you release us? Are we to fade away once more?
There are acid tanks rigged up on that thing. Set them off. Millions of my ancestors died to put these things down. Don't let them come back.
They made a mistake. They let the Krogan go too far. This is a chance for us to atone. She has done nothing to us.
Your companions.
Yeah, we got options here.
You have the power to free us, or return our people to the silence of memory.
If I let you live, would you attack other races again?
No, I do not know what happened in the war. We only heard discordance, songs the color of oily shadows. We would seek a hidden place to teach our children harmony. If they understand, perhaps we would return.
Are you a survivor from the war? A clone?
We do not know.
They were an egg.
Only an egg, hearing Mother cry in our dreams. A tone from space hushed one voice after another. It forced the singers to resonate with its own sour yellow note. Then we awoke in this place, the last echo of those who came out from the singing planet. The sky is silent.
I won't destroy your entire race. You'll go free.
Are you stupid? Your people didn't fight these bastards, so maybe you don't get it.
I'd like to have the Rachni on our side in the future.
Do what you want. My people will clean up this mess later, just like we did for the Solarians.
You will give us.
And Rex is mad, but
we will remember. We will sing of your forgiveness to our children.
Great. Bugs are writing songs about you. Mark my words, you'll regret this.
Papa Rex ain't happy. Well, she dead. And we'll see him again in Mass Effect 3. Now, how the heck they get off this planet is beyond me. Alright. Now, there was such a thing for, like, harden. I just wonder there was like a. Oh, yeah. Oh, we have the equipment to pick up. Y-A-Y. Ah, that's what I was looking at. We were looking for this one. If we were checking grenades. The labs that are hot. Do singing here with a single card on a single chair.
Are you here to secure the situation?
If by secure you mean shoot every monster I see, sure.
I am certain you are having strong feelings. But what has happened here, it is our fault. You understand?
I understand that we'll be dead soon. Talk fast.
Yes, Shepard has had a complicated day, or a few weeks.
It was on a derelict ship, thousands of years drifting. This was Rachni's ship. Inside they find many eggs in cryogenic suspension.
1,000-year-old egg hatched?
Yes.
Yeah, it should be possible to do this part first.
That it survived the centuries, this is miraculous. Binary Helix planned to clone Rachni, mass produce them, create an army. But when they get here, they find this egg is not a common Rachni. It is a queen. After she lays eggs, they move
Yeah, so you
to
should.
the station. They are thinking that without her, they can raise the babies to be obedient.
Hold on. Don't you need a male to get eggs?
Queens are born carrying the genetic code of their fathers. Eggs are carried away from the colony to hatch alone. Queens can lay eggs in hours and have a colony in days. this is how they spread so quickly.
Separating them from their mother didn't work.
This was exactly the wrong thing to do. I am thinking that without a queen, Rachni do not develop properly.
Yeah, we get in this the lore from his perspective.
Rachni are uncontrollable.
Are you telling me I shouldn't kill these things?
Actually, I was to tell you the opposite. These Rachni are beyond saving. It is a sad thing, but they must be euthanized. I am thinking that the neutron purge must be set off.
I'm not familiar with the purge system.
It creates bursts of neutron radiation, kills everything within the station. Things beyond get genetic damage of varying degree.
How do we set off the purge?
Arming controls are nearby. All you do is insert the key. Then I will give Mira destruct.
Well, he got a hole through the chest. No neutron purge.
Connecting. I have full access to the facility and am at your disposal.
Activate the neutron purge.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
Code input 875020079. Code Omega local execution.
Verified. Code Omega execution in 120 seconds.
Wow. Boy, the frames were dropping on that one and within the game itself. That was weird. Do 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 do. I gotta wonder, can we make our way back? Now, I am doing this as more for my own curiosity. Huh, you can't. So I guess there are multiple routes to this. The central station. Right on out.
We need to hurry, Commander. Benezia said she transmitted the Mu relay's coordinates to Saren. He may have already gone through.
We can't follow him. That relay's inside the Terminus systems. They're not fond of Alliance ships over there, or Spectres.
The conduit's on Ilos. That's where Saren's heading. I plan to be waiting when he gets there.
Saren probably has his whole fleet in orbit around Ilos. You will never make it down to the surface without reinforcements. You need to alert the Council. They will assemble a fleet to accompany you. It is our only hope.
Crew dismissed. Joker, alert the Council. Tell them everything.
Aye, aye, Commander.
All right, before we continue, I need to take a restroom break. So we shall be back.
Loss. Should you ever be harmed,
Don't worry about me.
I'll try not to. You are very special to me.
Oh, I guess letting it known.
Why, but I always want to be by your side. I want to protect you. I apologize for interrupting you. I will leave you to your studies.
I guess saying it like it is. Simple, really. Simple. Be careful. Hey, you're the only guy here, Yuki. I see, so this is what a harem is. My father described it as a typical male power fantasy. Is that what you're going for here, Yuki-kun? It doesn't matter. Yuki chose his part. Alright, before we bounce back to the Council... there was a couple of side missions, too.
Boy, am I glad to be off of Novaria. I don't know which was worse, the cold or the corporations. One will freeze your balls off, the other will sell them out from under you. With all due respect, Commander.
I have to go.
Alright, see you.
It's like Joker basically saying what we all know about Shepard. We all know that about FemShep. Excuse me.
Commander Shepard, I hope you are not here to check up on me.
I wanted to make sure you were doing okay.
I feel a bit embarrassed about what happened earlier. You reached out to me as a friend, and I thought it was something more. The mistake was mine. But I would still like to be friends. Can we just put this whole incident behind us?
I won't mention it again.
I would appreciate that. Is there something else you wanted to ask me?
I just wanted to talk.
Fair enough. What did you want to talk about?
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Well, no Paramore scene on this playthrough, folks. Because Kaidan's dead. We go down the long elevator shaft.
Looking for supplies?
Let's see what you got.
You bet, Commander.
That is... Oddly enough, it's not as good as the armor that I have.
Shepard?
Rex?
Best conversation.
Commander?
Do you have a few minutes to talk? One-on-one?
I should get back to my duty, Skipper. Rifles don't maintain themselves. Not yet, anyway.
What's your opinion of the last mission?
You mean the Rachni, right? They were dangerous, Skipper. They proved that 2,000 years ago. I think it was a mistake to let them go. But that wasn't my call to make. It was yours. If you haven't talked to Dr. Tassoni, you probably should. She just lost her mom. That has to hurt. Just saying, Skipper.
We already talked to her. She didn't bring it up.
Chief?
Ma'am?
Oh, we did have armor for him. Okay. All right. Uh, Rotier is missing there. Da, 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 da. I'm actually double checking to make sure in terms of any missions I may have missed before, so give me a moment here. So that's what I'm looking at here. I'm looking at a So where we gotta go for this one? Six data. So this should have opened up. So we can take Rex and Tally on a. Excuse me, Garrus and Tally on a couple of things.
Forwarded the mission update to the Citadel, Commander. We got confirmation on those reinforcements. Ambassador Udina wants us to report back to the Citadel. The Council's massing a joint species fleet to deal with Saren and his geth.
Took them long enough. Back to the Citadel, Joker. I want the Normandy at the head of that fleet.
Yes, ma'am.
This jumps us there regardless. Oh, so much for that plan.
Good job, Shepard. Thanks to you, the Council's finally taking real action against Saren.
The Ambassador is correct. If Saren is foolish enough to attack the Citadel, as you believe, we will be ready for him.
Patrols are stationed at every mass relay linking Citadel space to the Terminus systems.
You think a blockade's gonna stop him? He's on Ilos looking for the conduit right now. What are you doing about that?
Ilos is only accessible to the Mu relay, deep inside the Terminus systems, Commander. If we send a fleet in there, the only possible outcome is full-scale war.
Now is the time for discretion, Commander. Saren's greatest weapon was secrecy. Exposed, he is no longer a threat.
That's what you think.
Sovereign's the real threat. Saren's just a servant of the Reapers.
Only you have seen the Reapers, and then only in visions. We won't invade the Terminus systems because of a dream.
Secrecy isn't his greatest weapon. The conduit is.
Saren is a master manipulator. The conduit is just a distraction from his real plan to attack the Citadel.
One ship going into the Terminus systems won't start a war. I can be discreet.
You detonated a nuclear device on Vermeer. I wouldn't call that discreet.
That was very discreet.
Your style served you well in the Traverse, Commander. We recognize that. But Ilos requires a deft touch. We have the situation under control.
If Saren finds the conduit, we're all screwed. We have to go to Ilos.
Ambassador Udina, I get the sense Commander Shepard isn't willing to let this go.
There are serious political implications here, Shepard. Humanity's made great gains thanks to you, but now you're becoming more trouble than you're worth.
You bastard! You're selling us out!
Well, yes, he is.
Politics, Commander. You've done your job, now let me do mine. We've locked out all the Normandy's primary systems until further notice you're grounded.
Nobody stabs me in the back, Udina. Nobody.
Nobody.
Time for you and your team to leave, Commander. This no longer concerns you. The Council can handle this, with my help, of course.
Commander, I've got a message from Captain Anderson.
Are you spying on me, Joker?
No, ma'am. Just knew you were on the ship and figured I'd pass the message on. The captain said to meet him at Flux, that club down in the wards.
Let's... take Garrus and Tally along.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Law.
Sorry, Commander. The Normandy's locked down. Ambassador Udina gave the order.
Garrus looks like he's wearing a tuxedo with that armor.
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the Enkindlers, as the Hanar call them, should not be disturbed. The excavation team has appealed to Hanar representatives on the Citadel to reach a diplomatic solution.
Big, stupid jellyfish. That's what the Hanar are. Is that offensive to the Hanar? That we compare them to jellyfish? Can you be a... Can something that belongs on a tray be offended?
Do you ever regret leaving Citadel security to pursue Saren, Garrus?
Fighting a rogue Spectre with countless lives at stake and no regulations to get in the way? I'd say that beats CSEC.
I'm pleased that the imminent destruction of all organic life has improved your career opportunities.
And this is why those two get together in Mass Effect 3 if you don't romance Garrus or Tally. Depending on Shepard's gender, of course. Of course, a future playthrough of the classic version of Mass Effect would involve Garrett mostly doing the game as Garrus and with Liara. Oh, yeah, this one here.
Excuse me, Commander Shepard. It is an honor to speak with you.
Yeah, cram your honor. What's this riot about?
I'm Charles Saraceno of the Terra Firma Party. With Armistice Day coming soon, we're making our voices heard by the alien appeasers on the Presidium. Can I count on your support in the next election?
You're marking the end of the First Contact War with a protest.
As we have every year for the last 26 years. The war taught humanity a lesson that some would forget. If we don't stand up for ourselves, no one else will.
Every day I stand up for humanity. Often in the face of bullets. What have you done lately? You really think speeches help?
We all serve in our own way, Commander. I'm not a soldier, but I can tell the public why they should support your efforts.
Among my people, everyone's a soldier. Even the infirm volunteer to serve behind the front lines.
I assure you, I'm only interested in the betterment of humanity. The same as you, Commander.
What are you running for?
I'm seeking one of the 5 spacer seats in Parliament. They have certain baroque conditions for a citizen to be able to vote for them. You have to spend more than 6 months a year in space, but you can't have stayed in any one settled system for more than a month. You do spend most of your time in space, Commander.
I don't know Terra Firma's platform. What do you stand for?
Our core value is that Earth must stand firm against alien influences. Politically, culturally, and in the worst case, militarily.
But many of your subordinates make this a point of race, not politics.
Excuse me, I don't believe human politics are any of your business.
Turian space borders yours. Of course we're concerned about your leadership.
Stay out of this.
Yes, Commander.
Sorry, I believe we need to work peacefully with other races.
We've heard that before in human history. Well-meaning naivete leads to declarations of peace in our time. We can't allow anything like Shanxi to happen again. I don't suppose I could convince you to issue a public statement of support for my candidacy. The support of the first human Spectre would be invaluable.
The occupation of Shanxi couldn't happen again. We weren't even sure there were aliens to garrison against back then.
It's still a powerful symbol, Commander. Shanxi is the only human territory ever occupied by an alien species.
You have the right to your opinion, Mr. Saraceno, but with all due respect, I disagree with it.
I understand. I'm glad you support the democratic process, at least. Thank you for your time, Commander. Remember Terra Firma on Election Day, because Terra Firma remembers you.
And again, great dialogue there. You bring Ashley along. She has something to say about Shang-Chi because her father was there and surrendered. Excuse me, grandfathers.
Pardon me, soldier. Could I take a moment of your time? Soldier, I've got a major situation, and I need help from somebody with humanity's interests at heart.
It's Commander, actually. What do you want?
Of course, right to business. That's why humanity has
This
the
guy's
best
so hopped
damn
up.
fleet in the galaxy.
We're not even looking. He's not even looking at us.
I'm an alliance negotiator. We've got a big session coming up with the Solarians. You wouldn't believe what's riding on this. I'm fighting for humanity on this one, just like you are.
I don't remember seeing you hip deep in Geth back on Eden Prime.
I'm not on the front lines, but I'm making sure our jobs don't get
Dude's hair is shiny.
I need every edge I can get. Specifically, I need a certain mental stimulant. It's legal, but restricted. I've purchased the monthly limit, and I need more from the medbay.
What exactly is this stimulant?
Oh, I don't know the medical terms, but it increases mental capacity, short-term recall, that sort of thing. It helps me stay focused, and it keeps me sharp. Nothing gets by me when I'm on it.
If you know the monthly limits, why'd you go over them?
The negotiations were supposed to be last week, but the Solarians stalled it, probably deliberately. If I don't get the stimulant, I'll be a wreck. My assistant will take over, and that would be a disaster.
Is your assistant incompetent or just inexperienced?
Both.
He's an alien sympathizer. My assistant wants to bend over backwards for the Citadel races. He wants to show them we're reasonable. No race will respect us until we show them who's in charge. That's what it took with the Turians. Yeah, forget my assistant.
Why is this deal so important?
The Solarians want to set up long-term trade agreements. There are billions of credits at stake. If I don't get the drug, my assistant will take over and mess up the whole deal. It would be a disaster.
You should put some trust in your assistant. Didn't you train him?
My assistant wants to bend over backwards for the Citadel races.
You already told me that.
We're reasonable. No race will respect us until we show them who's in charge. That's what it took with the
This guy's so hopped up there.
Forget my assistant.
Keeler, you've got a problem. You need to get treatment.
It might look that way from the outside, but this is just a one-time slip-up. All the top negotiators are on stimulants close to the legal limit. It's the way the game is played.
Will overdosing on stimulants and getting arrested help humanity, Keeler?
Maybe you're right. I've been trying to keep humanity strong, and maybe I've pushed myself too hard.
Yes, you did.
Tell you what, this will be the last time I use the stimulant. After this deal is finished, I'll get treatment.
You won't be doing humanity any favors if you overdose during negotiations. Get help.
Shepard's hand got real
You
small.
don't understand. Humanity needs me, and I need that stimulant. Without it,
Now what?
I don't know anymore. I get so tired when I run out of the stimulant. I just need one more boost.
That's an addict talking, Keeler. What does it take to convince
Shepard
you?
says, just say no.
You're right. I'll go tell my assistant. I shouldn't be working like this. I'll get help. I'm just sorry it came to this.
Shepard needs to do the important thing. Need a dance. That the Shepard slide. Beef stewer. Thank you very much for the dabs. Sorry for the slight delay there. Just noticed it now. Sorry about that. Shepard slides all over the place.
I'm glad you came, Shepard. I heard what happened.
You had to know what was gonna happen. Why didn't you warn me?
I tried. The ambassador wouldn't let me get a message through before you docked. I know you're pissed off right now, but you can't.
Shepard's more than pissed off.
I think this is over, but we both know it's not. You have to go to Ilos. You have to stop Saren from using the conduit.
There's only one ship that can get me into the Terminus systems undetected, and she's grounded.
Citadel controls locked out all the Normandy's systems, but if we override the ambassador's orders, we can get them to bring the Normandy back online. You can be in the Terminus systems before anyone even knows you're gone.
If we steal the Normandy, you're the one left holding the bag.
And if Saren finds the conduit, life as we know it is over. The Reapers will destroy it.
Life as we know it.
Sorry, everybody. You're the only one who can stop him, Shepard. So I'll do whatever it takes to get you on the Normandy and off this station.
Stealing the Normandy is mutiny. What if the crew won't help me?
The Normandy's your ship now, Commander. Her crew will follow you to the ends of the galaxy. We both know that.
What's the plan?
I can unlock the Normandy from one of the consoles in the Citadel Control Center. You'll have a few minutes before anyone realizes what happened.
That's a restricted area patrolled by armed guards. How are you going to get in?
Leave that to me. Just make sure you're in the Normandy when the systems come back online.
There's gotta be a better way.
Ambassador Udina issued the lockdown order. If I can hack into the computer in his office, maybe...
By hack, he means punch out the ambassador.
Use his computer.
Hopefully he won't be there. If he is, I'll just have to think of something.
The ambassador won't forgive this, Captain. You'll be charged with treason, a capital offense.
We don't have a lot of options. I break into the ambassador's computer, or I take my chances with the patrols in Citadel Control.
You'll have a better chance if you go after the ambassador's computer.
I was hoping you'd say that. The ambassador has made this personal. You ready to get the hell off this station, Commander?
Let's do it.
I'll take care of the lockdown.
Do it!
You get down to the Normandy and tell Joker to stand by.
This music is interesting. I wonder if I can find a copy to bring back to the flotilla.
You almost never see any keepers in this club. I guess they don't care what happens here. That or the music keeps them away.
All right. So we're heading back.
I have to work the crowd, Commander. Maybe we can do lunch sometime?
He wants to do lunch. I say nay. Unless it's... Actually, pondering... let's see, I got enough. Okay, cereal in the morning. Sound like pondering lunch and dinner tomorrow. Maybe I'll have ramen tomorrow night. Put some ramen, maybe mix some tuna in with it. No, I got some succotash left.
Understand why a computer system catastrophically overloaded recently. Technicians are reportedly unsure of what caused the malfunction, or even what the system was originally designed to do. CSEC is investigating the possible vandalism or misuse of public property.
Do 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 do. We ride the elevator.
Admiral Kahoku, a respected member of the Alliance military, has passed away. The veteran soldier
He was murdered.
troops during conflict with the Batarians died of natural causes. Kahoku is survived by his wife and 3 children, who are planning a small private memorial service.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
Is the decontamination decontaminate? Yeah, words.
Anderson, what are you doing here? I didn't send.
Unfortunately, he'll be in Mass Effect 2 and 3. I'm referring to Udina, of course.
Let's go. Get us out of here, Joker. Now.
And away we go. Now we got like extra dialogue.
Can't believe we stole the Normandy. I know we'll all be court-martialed if this doesn't work out, but part of me loves this.
Which part?
Oh, damn it, no sign of pursuit? I was hoping the Council would send some ships after us. I was looking forward to putting the Normandy through her paces. Figured I'd get to see what this ship can really do.
We're not playing tag, Joker. If they catch us, Saren wins, and we're all dead.
I'll bet you are the life of the party, Commander. So you need something?
I have to go.
Alright, see ya.
We run all the way back down. By the way, for those wondering what Friday night's game going to be on the PS4, it's going to be Heavy Rain. Gotta remember, gotta make sure, well, actually, first thing I do in the morning is to install it on the PS4 so it's ready for tomorrow night.
It's strange, being a fugitive from the Alliance. This crew has sacrificed everything for you, Shepard. Don't let us down.
This will all be over soon, Shepard. One way or another.
Like, toward the ship. The long elevator rides. What there actually is loading screens within, without actually being loading screens. Kind of like the, you know, when you're squeezing between walls and stuff. And like games like Batman Arkham Asylum. Here's a game I gotta play on the console side of things.
Stealing an Alliance ship? Risky stuff. But I'm right behind you, Shepard. It's the least I can do.
Everyone else thinks I'm crazy.
Sometimes crazy is the best way to go. I just hope they don't catch us before we get our hands on Saren.
They won't.
With you, anything's possible.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Commander?
Do you have a few minutes to talk? One-on-one?
I should get back to my duty, Skipper. Rifles don't maintain themselves.
What's your opinion of the last mission?
You mean the Rachni, right? They were They proved that. I think it was... If you haven't... Just saying, Skipper.
Kind of surprised.
Dismissed, Chief.
Ma'am?
No additional dialogue there. Alright.
I can't believe we stole the Normandy. After everything you told me, it seems a bit extreme, don't you think?
Stealing the Normandy is a trivial risk compared to the threat of Saren.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. If you're wrong, we'll pay for it. But if you're right and we did nothing, I think we'd regret it a whole lot more. I just hope we can catch Saren before they realize we're missing.
We'll catch him. Just be ready when we do.
Yes, Commander.
Looking for supplies?
Not right now, thanks.
No problem. Keep checking back.
We have been checking back.
Heard we're headed into the Terminus systems, Commander. Don't worry, ma'am. The Normandy's a hell of a ship. She'll get us through this.
We're fugitives on the run. Very exciting, Shepard. I wonder what the Council would do to us if we got caught.
If they catch us, then Saren finds the conduit. Whatever the Council's got planned, I guarantee the Reapers will do worse.
That doesn't make me feel any better. Let's talk about something else.
I should go.
See you later.
So, hey, got those additional dialogues, you know. Most people would just go straight into the next mission. Me, nope. I take the opportunity to do the thorough. Like so many word flubs. Do. Ah, this one opened up there. Alright, so we can get some extra leveling in. Is it this one or this one? Gotta determine which one is the one that has to be done first.
Commander, we've got an incoming distress signal. Patching through to you.
Mayday! 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 This is Lieutenant Marie Durand, 314th Infantry, Alliance 10th Frontier Division. The listening post has been overrun by unidentified hostile life forms. Request immediate extraction.
Did I look at this one? Extra combat mission. So it's like always thorough and don't want, you know, missions left behind. We need a League medallion. All right, where are we here? Those lights. Weird lighting effects is throwing things off there. Leave everything behind. Chance it. Hey, Iceman. Hope you had a good day today. Think we go climb.
Redeploying.
There's no sign of the crew. Like, there were people here. As I said at the beginning of the stream, it was a good day for me today. And that on a few different levels.
Redeploying.
Like, we made sure Anderson punched Udina in the face. We know Iceman approves of that. It is the one right choice one makes in that situation. I am. It's like, found out, like, you know, like some big games are coming out as relates to the Persona franchise. Well, one's being a remake, which means I don't have to open up the one for the PlayStation 2. It's like, hey, that's good. That becomes a permanent collector's item. Mint condition. Never been opened. Granted, it's just of the Persona 3 game that I'm playing on Mondays and Tuesdays. It would just be like closer to its original version. So there's that. Work was all right. Actually, more than all right. It's like, if I end up nearly losing my voice while working, that means it was a very good work day. Let's see, what else? Of course, we're casually working our way towards wrapping Mass Effect. This playthrough of the original version of the game, the original Mass Effect, except no substitutes unless they are of a Legendary Edition variety. Where's this thing at? Okay, cool. That actually closes out that stray mission there. Whereas we could have just gone straight to Ilos, you know. That's the one drawback of doing Noveria last is like, oh, okay, you want to do all the missions. You want to do everything. Well, you might miss a few stuff here and there. So we cover, because no one can say that I shortchanged a Mass Effect playthrough. And this is where a Thresher Maw pops out. I joke, but you know, things like that have happened during this playthrough. I have had some very up close and personal encounters with the Thresher of the Maws of Threshers. Where's this rock at? Oh, right there. It's right in front of us. Keep hitting one. If memory serves me right, we're going to be heading back this way anyway to go underground. Such a... Hey, look! The sky basically resembles, you know, what sunset looked like today. All orangey. With, you know, traces of smoke.
Perimeter secured.
You must die! Go, go, go!
First Lieutenant Durand, ma'am. 3rd Brigade.
Durand? Durand?
And I am damn glad to see you.
Hell of a welcome. How'd it get this bad?
Damned if I know, Commander. They dropped us here a few months back. We get supplies every couple weeks. We didn't see anything local that was more dangerous than Lycan. Yesterday, these animals started coming out of the ground. No idea where they're from. This is what's left out of 90 men. I'm the ranking officer.
We do have a ship in orbit. We could bombard them.
Wouldn't do much good.
They're underground.
Deep underground. The only time they come near the surface, and they're right on our position. You bombard them, you take us out too.
Why are you out here in the first place?
There's been a lot of pirate activity in this cluster. We set up a chain of listening posts in the local systems, in case they have a staging base.
They're not animals, they're a sentient species. You study history? They're called Rachni.
Never heard of them. Can't say I care.
Giant bugs.
Probe. Our seismic sensors are picking up a crapload more on their way up from underground. We've got 5 minutes, tops. We might be able to hold them off if we were at peak, but you can see the fighting's busted this place up.
Secure those negative waves, Durand. You and me are gonna hold this worthless rock. Look to your people. We'll see if we can fix your defenses.
Aye, aye, Commander. You heard the woman. Everybody pool magazines and grenades. Take a leak and a drink while you can. And if anyone wants a smoke, it's as good a time as any.
Do 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 do.
Enemy is everywhere!
Are the enemies everywhere? We're just roaming out there.
All targets down.
Do 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 do.
Go, go, go!
Not much time left, Commander.
I mean, we got the things are up. Out of curiosity. Yeah, it looks like on a straight playthrough, you can get to level 56. Or close to it. On a single playthrough. Like jumping out of the Mako. The only other thing I could think of in terms of potentially getting hit level 60 on a single playthrough is if you're jumping out of the Mako and fighting the Thresher Maw on foot. It seems very, very, very inadvisable. Yeah, where's the XP that we're supposed to be getting from nuking these? Achievement! Hey! First aid specialist. Alright. So I know for a fact next time I do another run of the original Mass Effect, I can basically to get the all the biotic and Liara and Garrus achievements. I don't have to take as much chances because we got an extra achievement I wasn't expecting on this
Talk
playthrough.
about a near-run thing. You all right?
I'm pissed off. When I get pissed off, I shoot things. Find me more bugs.
Around here, they're more likely to find you. There's one other thing I should mention. One of our other listening posts went offline 3 days ago. I don't know if it's coincidence, a pirate raid, or what, but if you want to check in on them...
We'll check on them. I don't know why there are Arachni loose out here, but I intend to find out.
Ma'am, we're getting a signal from one of the ground scan UAVs. A big hollow space about 500 meters under the surface.
Right, that must be it. That must be where they're coming from. My people aren't in any condition for a clearing operation, though.
Just point us in the right direction.
That
We
way.
don't have to do that, Commander. We've bled them. We can probably hold until a bigger ship arrives to get us off-world. If you want to take a throw at it, we'll give you the coordinates. But it's your call. You saved our asses, Commander. Thanks.
Yes. Yes, we did. Your ass is now grass. And I'm the lawnmower. And I was right. Oh, wait. Wait, we're going in the wrong direction. Of course we are. I saw another thing that we could scan, you know.
Moving out.
There's da 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 da. It's like the OG Mako. We don't need no thruster boost. Like, we can go over anything. We're the Mako. And where the Makos we go.
Got it.
Oh yeah, the stale air of the mine shaft. Easy decryptions. Hmm.
some action.
Like you what?
Think we got him, Commander.
You think, or do you know?
Perimeter secure.
You know, we're gonna have a serious talk with Ashley and her definition of perimeters being secured.
Area secured.
Do 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 do.
All targets down.
All right. Well, certainly getting all the experience. Wait. This is the one we didn't go down, right? All right. So these rogue Rachni have been dealt with. Actually, a pretty good spot to get, like, you know, rank gear. Yeah, the math is, that's kind of like very similar. It's like, what? It's just more of this a stylistic thing. So it's a stylistic choice. I think that's the one one armors between the Scorpion and the Mathis armors where there isn't much of a difference between them. It's like, run up the ramp. Shepard goes up the ramp very, very slowly. Content being saved. That leaves this one here. Maybe there was something here. We explored the other planets first when we came to this system. We got all the tech powers, none of the yeah. Combat strength with this squad is on the very light side. Wow, again, not much, no difference there. Just a matter of which one looks better. And without question, it's this one. All right. And normally I will go for the exploration, but you know what? Let's just plow through it. What a desolated wasteland. It looks like Arizona. The fact that we're just driving in a one direction, we come across something.
Heading out.
I wonder if it's because you found all the things. It stops registering on the map, but Tally, we're going to have a serious talk about your definition of the perimeter being clear. The perimeter is not clear, Tally.
Negative contacts, Commander.
Damn it, Tally. They're flying.
That's the last of them.
Was it the last of them? Or was it the last of us? These people are cracking up on purpose. their corpses. That's actually good for Liara. Storage lockers. Damn it, I wasn't paying attention. We didn't get as much XP as we were anticipating off of that. Damn.
According to this, they received a supply ship just 2 days ago. The Rachni must have attacked since then.
Where'd that supply ship come from?
One moment. These things are drones, dispatched at irregular intervals from different depots to reduce the likelihood of tracking. I have it. This one came from Argos Row.
Let's get this over with. Somebody needs an ass kicking. Whoever it is, we'll find them there.
Very well, Shepard.
Out of curiosity, I don't know, squad this here. It's totally like that full blue Paragon bar. This is wrong. This is wrong with the Paragon bar being filled up so much. It's supposed to be the opposite way. Do. Oops. There's an aid station there. We walk out. We go over here. Alright, so we gotta swing by Argus Row. Do that. And then we head off to Ilos for the final mission of the game. Where I gotta go for this one? Arrive from the depot Sigma 23 in the Gorgon system. Wait, did I already go there? I think I already did this one. Nope. Rex and Garrus. They match. Like I said, I could have sworn I'd done this one. Well, definitely did not do this one. Actually, no, this is one where it's like a... Is this one was a self-destruct? Yep.
Personal data recorder for Major Elena Flores.
Play the first entry.
Sigma 23 is almost fully operational. The barracks and storage lockers are complete, and we've begun stocking the munitions. It's highly unlikely the Alliance will patrol in the nebula. I expect our only risk will be from pirates, and who'll believe them? Looks like we'll have space for 2 reinforced platoons of Cerberus commandos.
Cerberus? I've about had it with those guys.
Play the second
Rex,
entry.
be grateful you're just a glorified cameo in Mass Effect 2.
I'm told they're fundamentally similar to the units being developed on Noveria. They promise this batch will be stable. Something about them developing in proximity to the Master Control Unit. We detected some pirates setting up an anchorage in a neighboring system. I think we'll try deploying them there first.
Play the last entry.
They've escaped containment. Clever bastards. We treated them like animals. We should have treated them like POWs. They're spreading. Boarding the supply ships and sending them to random destinations. They'll be all over the cluster in a week. General, if you recover this message, my advice is, screw the Rachni. They're too smart. Use one of the other projects. Flores, signing off. For the final time.
This is a familiar story. A failed experiment with the Rachni. Nice to see humans are consistently stupid.
Let's go.
What a time to interact with something. At least it stops the timer. Surprised I didn't see this stuff coming in. Well, Okay, so we picked up some gear. Not as good. All right. How about we just, go ahead and do the final mission now? We did it, dallied. So we hit level 56 for sure. And let's do a quick scan of the area. One thing I'll never get is the Bane's follow-up. Because always, like, Kahoku always ends up dead beforehand. That's right, Shepard's apartment is here. We got access to that. Why? Because there basically isn't any. No, there is. What is it? You find out because what is it? What you got to do with the Banes is what after you you gotta revisit Dr. Michelle as soon as possible after the Garrus interaction. After you recruit Garrus, you go back in and find out more. She's being threatened. And you go talk to, what was it? You do that little site up there, you get the folks from messing with her. You go to Anderson, and Anderson tells you to talk to Kahoku, and Kahoku kind of like sends you off. Or at least gives you like the last known coordinates. So I was like, meh. May not seem much, but it's a thing. It's at least if I remember right. It's so blue. Quick, throw an asteroid at it. No one will miss the Batarians.
Commander? We've got company.
Have their sensors picked us up yet?
Well, stealth systems are engaged. Unless we get close enough for a visual, they won't have any idea we're here.
Picking up some strange readings from the planet's surface.
Take us down, Joker. Lock in on the coordinates.
Negative on that, Commander. The nearest landing zone's 2 clicks away.
We'll never make it in time on foot. Get us something closer.
There is nowhere closer. I've looked.
Drop us in the Mako.
You need at least 100 meters of open terrain to pull off a drop like that. The most I can find near Saren is 20.
20 meters? No way we can make a drop in there.
We have to try.
Find another landing zone.
There is no other landing zone.
Is there?
The descent angle's too steep.
It's our only option.
It's not an option. It's a suicide run. We don't...
I can do it.
Joker?
I can do it.
Gear up and head down to the Mako. Joker, drop us right on top of that bastard.
All right. For the purpose of this, Because since I got all the tech skills, I can basically deal with the. I can almost one-shot the guest when in close proximity.
You two, keep moving. Inside, now.
You're lucky the door would close fast.
We have to get inside this bunker before Saren finds the conduit. There is no way we're getting past that door with brute force.
Saren found a way to open it. There must be some kind of security override somewhere in this complex.
We will have to find some way to get it up and running again.
Like I'm an engineer, damn it! It is going down the hole.
Area secured.
So again, you max out all those stats on engineer for like AI hacking and stuff. Like, it gets become very easy to deal with. Oh, hey look, a locked crate. What's the point of having a locked crate down here? Alright. I must have taken a wrong turn. Nope, right turn, just... Sit your ass down. Okay. Like everyone else, I forget which way, because we went down and around. The music faded out. What could that possibly mean?
Enemy sighted.
Whoa! He came flying in. Got that big level up. Everybody put your weapons away while riding the elevator. Oh, that was pointless. It was a very short elevator ride. Big advantage we have here is like, oh, we can access all the panels. We can hack everything. Not bad. Even with the delay, we're on proper pace.
This place still has power. It must be running off its own generator.
This must be the command center for the entire complex. Saren's troops must have sealed the doors from here after he went inside. We will have to figure out how to disengage the security lockdown if we ever want to get inside that bunker.
I suggest random acts of violins. Huh. You can actually take control Well, that's neat. Extra XP there. Your electronics high enough. These guests are on our side. Tali will not be amused. Like anything else to interact with down here? Is there? Oh, because this one is what? Down and up a ramp, right?
I wish I had more time to study all of this.
Oh no, that's right. You go around the thing. A doy. Yep. Around and up. I forgot.
Come, Saren already has a head start. We have to go find him before he reaches the conduit.
Unless he's already found it. Then we're just walking into a trap.
That is a chance we will have to take.
Hold on. Something's happening.
Too late.
Things are happening.
Invading
Things and stuff.
No escape.
Sounds like some kind of message, but I don't recognize the language.
It is probably in Prothean. This recording must be 50,000 years old. No wonder we cannot understand it.
The message is all broken up, but I recognize some of the words. It's a warning against the Reaper invasion.
Of course. Between the beacons and the cipher, an understanding.
Yes, this totally makes sense.
Would have been transferred into your mind.
Not safe. Seek refuge. Inside the archives.
What's it saying? Can you make out anything useful?
Vault Reapers. The Citadel. Overwhelmed. Only hope. Act of desperation. The conduit. All is lost.
It said something about the conduit, but it's too degraded to help. We should go.
Cannot be stopped.
Shepard saying we should go. We all know what Shepard means is I should go. Alright, maybe we should be right. There's a guest hanging out up here. Ride the elevator on up. Ride it up, ride it down. Go all around. Out of curiosity here. Yeah, level 56. Wonder if I'll be able. Yeah, I should be able to do a comparison to the prior playthrough.
I have spent my life studying the Protheans, but I never dreamed I would discover anything like this. This bunker might have been the last refuge of their entire species. Just imagine what mysteries it might hold. Imagine what secrets it might reveal.
Hey, try to remember why we're here. Saren, the Conduit, the fate of the entire known galaxy.
I am sorry. I was swept up in the moment. I just hope we have the opportunity.
What are all those things on the wall? Some kind of containers?
They look like stasis pods. The Protheans probably tried to keep themselves
Really?
alive through cryogenic freezing. Something must have gone wrong.
We're cruising along. All right, the last big lore dump of the game we're reaching.
What is happening?
It's a trap. Saren must have set an ambush.
I do not think Saren is behind this.
It says open. That elevator thing was marked open. Should have said close or use. Use or use? Yes.
I have studied the Protheans for decades, but I have never felt this sense of foreboding. What will we find down there?
I'm not putting faith in anybody.
Boy, the audio just dropped out. The bottom audio on that just dropped out completely.
You are not Prothean, but you are not machine either. This eventuality was one of many that was anticipated. This is why we sent our warning through the beacons.
Looks like some kind of VI program. Pretty badly damaged.
I do not sense the taint of indoctrination upon any of you. Unlike the other that passed recently, perhaps there is still hope.
This is incredible. An actual Prothean VI, and I can understand it.
I have been monitoring your communications since you arrived at this facility. I have translated my output into a format you will comprehend.
English.
My name is Vigil. You are safe here for the moment, but that is likely to change. Soon, nowhere will be safe.
Are you some kind of artificial intelligence program?
All intelligence is artificial.
With personality imprints from Kesad Aishan, Chief Overseer of the Ilos Research Facility.
Saren could be at the Conduit right now. We have to go.
You seek to end a cycle that has continued for millions of years. To stop it, you must first understand it, or you will make the same mistakes we did. The Citadel is the heart of your civilization and the seat of government, as it was with us, and as it has been with every civilization that came before us. But the Citadel is a trap. The station is actually an enormous mass relay, one that links to dark space, the empty void beyond the galaxy's horizon. When the Citadel relay is activated, the
Reapers come through,
and all you know will be destroyed.
How come nobody ever noticed the Citadel was an inactive mass relay?
The Reapers are careful to keep the greatest secrets of the Citadel hidden. That is why they created a species of seemingly benign organic caretakers. The Keepers maintain the station's most basic functions. They enable any species that discovers the Citadel to use it without fully understanding the technology. Reliance on the Keepers ensures no other species will ever discover the Citadel's true nature, not until the relay is activated and the Reapers invade.
How do the Reapers survive out in dark space?
They just do. They reap.
Only theories. The researchers here came to believe the Reapers enter prolonged states of inactivity to conserve energy.
Yep. They wake up, they eat, they go back to sleep.
Thousands of years it takes for organic civilization to rebuild itself. But in this state, they are vulnerable. By retreating beyond the edges of the galaxy, they ensure no one will accidentally discover them. They keep their existence hidden until the Citadel relay is activated.
The Reapers can wipe out the Council and the entire Citadel fleet in a single surprise attack.
That
Yes.
was our fate. Our leaders were dead before we even realized we were under attack. The Reapers seized control of the Citadel, and through it, the mass relays. Communication and transportation across our empire were crippled. Each star system was isolated, cut off from the others. Easy prey for the
And they were
Reaper fleet.
picked off one by one.
Over the next decades, the Reapers systematically obliterated our people. World by world, system by system, they methodically wiped us out.
The war was lost. If you'd surrendered, they might have let you live.
No offer of surrender was ever given. Our enemy had a single goal:
Galactic annihilation.
advanced organic life. Through the Citadel, the Reapers had access to all our records, maps, census data, information.
Census data?
And they knew everything about us. Their fleets advanced across every settled region of the galaxy. Some worlds were utterly destroyed. Others were conquered, their populations enslaved.
Hence why every planet we go to in this game is a barren wasteland.
Under Reaper control, taken in as refugees by other Protheans, they betrayed them to the machines. Within a few centuries, the Reapers had killed or enslaved every Prothean in the galaxy. They were relentless, brutal, and absolutely thorough.
I don't understand. Where did the Reapers go after they conquered your people?
Our worlds were stripped bare, harvested by the indoctrinated slaves. Everything of value, all resources, all technology was taken. Certain that all advanced organic life had been extinguished, the Reapers retreated back through the Citadel relay into dark space, sealing it behind them. All evidence of the Reaper invasion had been wiped away. Only their indoctrinated slaves were left behind, abandoned. Mindless husks, no longer capable of independent thought, the indoctrinated soon starved or died of exposure. The genocide of the Protheans was complete.
What do the Reapers get out of this? Why do they keep
Satisfaction.
repeating this pattern of genocide over and over?
The Reapers are alien, unknowable. Perhaps they need slaves or resources. More likely they are driven by motives and goals organic beings cannot hope to comprehend.
You know, it's an endless computer cycle.
What does it matter? Your survival depends on stopping them, not in understanding them.
You said you brought me here for a reason. Tell me what I need to do.
The conduit is the key. Before the Reapers attacked, we Protheans were on the cusp of unlocking the mysteries behind mass relay technology. Ilos was a top-secret facility. Here, researchers worked to create a small-scale version of a mass relay, one that linked directly to the Citadel, the hub of the relay network.
The conduit is not a weapon. It is a backdoor onto the Citadel.
How did you manage to stay hidden?
All official records of our project were destroyed in the initial attack on the Citadel. While the Prothean Empire came crashing down, Ilos was spared. We severed all communication with the outside, and our facility went dark. The personnel retreated underground into these archives. To conserve resources, everyone was put into cryogenic stasis. I was programmed to monitor the facility and wake the staff when the danger had passed. But the genocide of an entire species is a long, slow process. Years passed, decades, centuries. The Reapers persisted, and my energy reserves were dwindling.
You should have fought.
We were a few hundred against a galactic invasion fleet.
It would have worked out.
My only hope was to remain undetected. I began to disable the life support of non-essential personnel. First support staff, then security. One by one, their pods were shut down to conserve energy. Eventually, only the stasis pods of the top scientists remained active. Even these were in danger of failing when the Reapers finally retreated back through the Citadel relay.
There were hundreds of stasis pods out there. You just shut them down? You killed them?
He couldn't let everyone die. Better to sacrifice some so others could live.
This outcome was not completely unforeseen. My actions were a result of contingency programming entered on my creation.
Yeah, but no one knew it.
I bet they didn't tell the non-essential staff about this contingency.
I saved key personnel. When the Reapers retreated, the top researchers were still alive. My actions are the only reason any hope remains. When the researchers woke, they realized the Prothean species was doomed. There were only a dozen individuals left, far too few to sustain a viable population. Yet they vowed to find
Are we sure about that?
The Reapers from returning. A way to break the cycle forever. And they knew the Keepers were the key.
I still don't understand what's going on here. Why is Saren trying
Shepard, aren't you paying attention?
The conduit gives him access to the Citadel and the Keepers. The Keepers are controlled by the Citadel. Before each invasion, a signal is sent through the station compelling the Keepers to activate the Citadel relay. After decades of feverish study, the scientists discovered a way to alter this signal. Using the conduit, they gained access to the Citadel and made the modifications. This time, when Sovereign sent the signal to the Citadel, the Keepers ignored it. The Reapers are trapped in dark space.
Saren can use the conduit to bypass all the Citadel's external defenses.
Correct. And once inside, he can transfer control of the station to Sovereign.
The devious plan.
Sovereign will override the Citadel systems and manually open the relay. And the cycle of extinction will begin again.
I'll take Sovereign down. Somehow.
There's a data file in my console. Take a copy when you go. When you reach the Citadel's master control unit, upload it to the station. It will corrupt the Citadel's security protocols and give you temporary control of the station. It might give you a chance against Sovereign.
Wait, where's the Citadel's master control unit? I've never heard of anything like that.
Is at the top.
Follow Saren. He will lead you to your destination.
If the Reapers are trapped in dark space, how did Sovereign get here?
It is logical to assume the
He
Reapers
flew.
would leave one of their own behind after each extinction. A sentinel to pave the way for their inevitable return. Like
He was looking for Leviathans.
Sovereign probably spent most of the last 50,000 years in a state of hibernation. Periodically, it would wake to analyze the situation. Keeping its existence hidden, it would evaluate the state of galactic civilization. And when the time was right, it would signal the Citadel and usher in the next Reaper invasion. But this time the signal failed. The Keepers did not respond. Sovereign's allies were trapped in the void. Alone, it was forced to try and discover what had gone wrong.
Sovereign's the largest ship in the galaxy. Why all this secret? Why not just attack the Citadel?
Sovereign is not invincible. Revealing its true
You just poke it in the eye.
forces of every organic species against it.
Sovereign can't use the Three Stooges technique. Whoop.
But the Reapers are patient. They will not rush into the unknown.
Like, how do you blind a Reaper? Same method that you use to make a Venetian blind. Kerplunk!
It has assembled the pieces of the puzzle.
Old jokes, combining references.
Saren is the most visible pawn of the Reapers, but I doubt he was the first. Now Sovereign has grown bold. Whether from confidence or desperation, I cannot say.
Both.
But it is determined to reopen the portal to dark space.
What about the beacon on Eden Prime?
What about the beacons?
What were they for?
It's almost using the same letters as bacon.
The beacons span the breadth of our empire.
Bacon.
We use them as a single galaxy-wide network to transmit data and communications rapidly from world to world. Virtually all the beacons were destroyed during the invasion, but once the Reapers were gone, the survivors here on Ilos decided to
Philly's won today.
a message. We knew it was unlikely there were other survivors, but if there were,
Wait, or did
we
they?
wanted them to know about Ilos. We wanted to give them hope, so a message was sent across the network.
You could have exposed yourself to the Reapers.
In truth, we didn't expect any of the beacons would still function, but we had to try. If there were survivors, we had to reach them. The message was meant for our own people. It was coded so only organic beings could interpret it. We still didn't understand the power of Reaper indoctrination. We never realized it could lead an agent of the machines, like Saren, to this world. But it has also led you here. So
now we just follow the clues, man.
So when the Reapers created the Citadel, they created...
Let's see. Phillies face the Dodgers this weekend. Ooh, that's gonna be a rough series.
Reapers were one of the early
And
harvested civilizations, perhaps the very first. Perhaps they responded
then the
well
D-backs.
to
Ugh.
the Reapers
Tough
simply
6
told
games.
them to be obedient.
Now Phillies are going 1-5 over the next 6 games. That's my prediction.
Directly controlled by Sovereign or its ilk. They evolved so that they only respond to the signals emitted by the Citadel itself. When the Protheans altered the Citadel signals, they broke Sovereign's hold over the Keepers. Now, they are completely harmless.
Sovereign must have realized organic races were difficult to control.
A likely hypothesis. The Keepers evolved in an unanticipated direction. Non-organic servants like the Geth would be more predictable.
What happened to the survivors from the Conduit project?
They used the conduit to
They hung
gain
out.
access to the Citadel.
It was a one-way
The
trip,
conduit is
however.
only a prototype. The portal only links in one direction, so they were trapped on the station. I do not know what became of them then. It is unlikely they found any food or water on the station.
And there's plenty of water.
Slow, grim death. I only
Cannibalism.
succeeded in their mission to seal the relay. Your presence here proves
No,
their
the Protheans on the Citadel, they became the fish
Saren's got enough of
that
it.
you can find
Grab that data file and let's go.
in the
Shepard, are you sure? Who knows how much longer Vigil will be here? Even now the projection is weak. This might be our only chance to speak with it, our only link to the knowledge of the Protheans. It is the opportunity of a lifetime.
We're in a race to save the galaxy and you want to play Q&A with a hologram?
You are right. I am sorry. My personal feelings...
Although granted, I've been playing Q&A with the hologram for the past, like, what, 10 minutes?
The one you call Saren has not reached the conduit. Not yet. There is still hope if you hurry.
So, yep. Yeah, we always do a very thorough playthrough when we play the Mass Effect games. Even if the pacing and dialogue sections totally like make no sense.
We can get there in time. Their plan only fails if we do, and I've come too far to watch Saren win. Moving out. Not in the middle of a fight!
Huh? We flipped the Mako over. It's like, yeah, hey, we've been jumping out and fighting the enemies primarily on the ground the entire time. Might as well keep up that route. Might as well continue to do that up until the cutscene triggers and where we get the countdown. Yeah. No way we're going to get to level 57 based on what's left. Like, definitely the silliest playthrough I've done of Mass Effect.
There, the conduit. It's incredible.
We don't have time to admire the view. We have to get through that relay, and these Geth aren't gonna make it easy on us.
But it is a perfect time for a cutscene. Yeah, so much for that fleet.
Activate the defenses. Seal the station. The arms aren't moving. Systems not responding. Abandon the Citadel. Evacuate the Council. Citadel Control. Citadel Control, do you copy?
Nope. They don't copy. Again, normally I'm thinking, wow. All this delicious XP that we're missing. And so begins the final push.
Critical failures detected across all monitored systems.
Critical mission failure.
Please begin emergency.
These guys are just waiting for a bus. They were confident. One time this game, the Mako was actually to scale.
Hostile spotted.
Critical failures detected across all monitored systems. Please begin emergency evacuation. The Presidium is experiencing severe system malfunctions across the entire level. All non-emergency...
Avina needs an exorcist.
Immediately.
Give me a rundown of the damage.
We have lost all primary power to the level. Environmental controls are not responding. Class 3 fires are burning in sectors 2, 3, 6, and 7. Civilian casualties are high.
The civilians are high?
Also detecting numerous unauthorized synthetic life forms throughout the station. They are believed to be hostile. Please approach with caution.
What happened to the council?
In accordance with standard emergency procedures, the council has been evacuated to the Destiny Ascension.
They got the fuck out of Dodge.
What about Captain Anderson and Ambassador Udina? What happened to them?
I have no information on the status of specific individuals. Once the current crisis has been resolved, a complete accounting of casualties and survivors will begin.
Where's Saren?
Former Spectre agent Saren Arturius is nearing the vicinity of the council chamber. A warrant has been issued for his arrest, though Citadel security is unable to respond at this time.
Come on! We need to stop Saren before it's too late.
Please begin
I believe at this point it's already too late. The keeper was just, doing his job, man. Saren, why you gotta be a dick?
The Citadel's closing. They're sealing the station.
We'll get a ship in there.
Don't let the enemy ships inside the arms.
Maybe if he said fire, not just point, it would have been more effective. Assuming direct control. And just remember, folks, Sovereign's one of the little Reapers. It's not even full size.
Saren's locked the elevator. Suit up. We're going outside.
Shepard, they were already dressed. It wouldn't be until Mass Effect... Oh yeah, beginning of Mass Effect 2. You get kind of like a realistic spacewalk. Yeah, start. Yeah, start popping out of the sides. We got that AI hacking. So we can just move on up. Well, he went off into the air. Do 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 do. Oh, if I actually bring the stream deck a little bit closer there. It tripped. And it explodes off screen. Yeah, what is? Oh shit. Okay, this one, and this is where I kind of prefer being a soldier and this having access to the sniper rifle. Oh, that's right. I can hack it. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the ticket. Yeah. Memory was there. It's like a simple walk in the park.
Enemy contact. Scan is hot.
Time for some circular logic. Dramatic pose, Shepard. You're too late.
I was afraid you wouldn't make it in time, Shepard.
Had to wipe out a few hundred of your followers along the way.
Few hundred? Oh, wait, yeah, on that ship.
You've lost. You know that, don't you? In a few minutes, Sovereign will have full control of all the Citadel systems. The relay will open. The Reapers will return.
I'm heading to that master control panel and you can't stop me.
You survived our encounter on Vermeer, but I've changed since then. Improved. Sovereign has upgraded me.
Fancy hardware's not gonna save you.
I suppose I should thank you, Shepard. After Vermeer, I couldn't stop thinking about what you said. About Sovereign manipulating me. About indoctrination. The doubts began to eat away at me. Sovereign sensed my hesitation. I was implanted to strengthen my resolve. Now my doubts are gone. I believe in Sovereign completely. I understand that the Reapers need organics. Join us, and Sovereign will find a place for you, too.
I'd rather die than live like that.
Then you will die. And your companions. Everyone you know and love. Everyone you've ever met. Don't you understand? You will all die. The Reapers can't be stopped. Not by the Protheans. Not by you. The cycle always continues.
Sovereign hasn't won yet. I can stop it from taking control of the station. Step aside and the invasion will never happen.
We can't stop it. Not forever. You saw the visions. You saw what happened to the Protheans. The Reapers are too powerful.
You could have resisted. You could have fought. Instead, you surrendered. You quit.
Maybe you're right. Maybe there is still a chance for... The implants. Sovereign is too strong. I'm sorry. It is too late for me.
There's still one way to stop this. If you've got the guts.
Goodbye, Shepard. Thank you.
Easy game. Commander Shepard, Master Diplomat. All right. All right, that's again the big push here. Of course, we got the big credit sequence at the very end.
Vigil's data file worked. I've got control of all systems.
Quick, open the station's arms. Maybe the fleet can take Sovereign down before he regains control of the station.
See if you can open a communications channel.
The Destiny Ascension. Main
Lifting drives offline. Kinetic barriers down 40%. The Council is on board. I repeat, the Council is on board.
Normandy to the Citadel. Normandy to the Citadel. Please tell me that's you, Commander.
You were expecting someone else?
We caught that distress call, Commander. I'm sitting here in the Endura sector with the entire Arcturus fleet. We can save the Ascension. Just unlock the relays around the Citadel and we'll send the cavalry in.
You can't sacrifice human lives to save the Council. What have they ever done for us?
This is bigger than humanity. Sovereign is a threat to every organic species in the galaxy.
Exactly. We can't throw away reinforcements trying to save the Council. We have to hold them back until Sovereign's exposed.
What's the order, Commander? Come in now to save the Ascension? Hold back.
Opening the relays now, Joker. We need to save the Ascension no matter what the cost.
I hope you know what you're doing, Commander.
Alliance ships, move in. Save the Destiny Ascension.
Commander, we're picking up reinforcements. It's the Alliance. Thank the goddess.
No, it's Joker. It's like, don't think the god, it's this Joker. I gotta make sure I get some decent screenshots.
Destiny Ascension, you are all clear. Repeat, you are all clear.
The Citadel's opening. All ships move in. Concentrate on Sovereign.
Poke it in the eye.
Make sure he's dead.
Funny how Liara is very eager to go down there. It somehow Ashley ends up down there first.
He's dead.
That's what you think. Again, Mass Effect, definitely some weird audio balancing.
I am sovereign, and this station is mine.
Like, light its ass up!
Sovereign's too strong. We have to pull back. Negative. This is our only chance. Take that monster down no matter what the cost.
You hear that, Joker? Crash the Normandy into it. So he won't be in Mass Effect 2 or 3. Being replaced by the even worse character, Harbinger.
Its shields are down. Now's our chance.
Hit it with everything we got.
All we got is 2 rocks and a stick.
Guard on my flank. We're going in.
Let me just make note that there were no ships behind Joker. It was like... Ain't it exploded?
Go!
Where? And now, the epilogue.
Captain Anderson, we found them. They're in here.
Take it easy. It's over. You're safe now. Where's the commander?
Where is the commander? For the protector. With Alan Rickman and Sigourney Weaver. Where Shepard has to mount it and pose heroically. Again, gotta make sure. Always gotta make sure you mount the enemy when you defeat it. Long Service Medal.
Ambassador, Captain, Commander Shepard. We have gathered here to recognize the enormous contributions of the Alliance forces in the war against Sovereign and the Geth.
Many humans lost their lives in the battle to save the Citadel. Brave and courageous soldiers who willingly gave their lives so that we, the Council, might live.
There is no greater sacrifice, and we share your grief over the tragic loss of so many noble men and women.
They could have been prevented.
The Council also owes you a great personal debt, Commander, one we can never repay. You saved not just our lives, but the lives of billions from Sovereign and the Reapers.
Commander Shepard, your heroic and selfless actions serve as a symbol of everything humanity and the Alliance stand for.
And though we cannot bring back those valiant soldiers who gave their lives to save ours, we can honor their memories through our actions.
Humanity has shown it is ready to stand as a defender and protector of the galaxy. You have proved you are worthy to join our ranks and serve beside us on the Citadel Council.
Counselor, on behalf of humanity and the Alliance, we thank you for this prestigious honor and humbly accept.
We will need a list of potential candidates to fill humanity's seat on the Council.
Given all that has happened, I am sure your recommendation will carry a great deal of weight, Commander. Do you support any particular candidate?
We need someone with the courage to stand up for what he believes in. Someone like Captain Anderson.
Him? You must be joking. Anderson prefers to let his fists do the talking.
Only with you, Ambassador.
Ha ha ha!
Are you sure about this, Commander? The captain's a soldier, not a politician.
I'd rather have the captain on the council than any politician I know.
I think it's an inspired choice. The council would welcome him with open arms, should he accept.
I'm honored, Counselor. As humanity's representative, I'll do everything in my power to help the council rebuild.
Sovereign's defeat marks the beginning of a
Plus-
new era for both humanity and the council.
Don't start patting yourselves on the back just yet. Sovereign wasn't alone. The rest of the Reapers are still out there, and I'm gonna find some way to stop them.
Unless you want to have Keith David do the ending monologue.
Shepard's right. Humanity is ready to do its part. United with the rest of the council, we have the strength to overcome any challenge. When the Reapers come, we must stand side by side. We must fight against them as one. And together, we will drive them back into dark space.
It looks better in red. Yay! And once again, the day is saved. Cue the end credits. Alrighty. Alright, time to update the tour list of this year's games that we have finished. And the last game we finished was Kena Bridge of Spirits. Last week? One day. So we always like to let the credits roll so we know who to blame. Where is my tour command? There we go. All right. So the question is though, what will be replacing Mass Effect on Thursday nights? More than likely, I'm going to move Street Fighter into the Thursday night slot because of how much time it's going to take to do the World Tour mode and work on other various achievements. So, well, of course, we're going to do more Street Fighter 6 on Saturday again this week too. So, kind of it just moves along from one thing to another thing. And of course that will actually buy us time in figuring out what will, end up being like the Saturday game as well. If we want to throw in another startup. No, actually I was, folks, what was it? I asked if I ever played a Yakuza game. So we got that. We got those as a possibility. Folks also suggested over on YouTube, left a comment that I should try Hollow Knight. So it'll be like one of those type of things. Hollow Knight is not really a game I'm inclined to play because it's a genre that is like those 2D platformers. It'll be a bit problematic, but we can definitely check it out. Like, why FemShip? Right there, Jennifer Hill. That's the reason why we always go FemShip. And when you actually go through it, you had 2 Ninja Turtles involved in this game, and Cam Clark and Townsend Coleman. So, Armin Shim. Wow, Armin Shimmerman supplied a voice. For those who don't know, Armin Shimmerman played Quark on Star Trek Deep Space Nine and Principal Snyder in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Who the heck did he voice? Oh, what did he voice? Counselor Valerian. Oh, Armin Shimmerman is the voice of the Solarian Counselor. And also the voice of Fidan. So that's so there we go. We learned something new here. I really should have gotten speakers to connect to the monitor that had like more of a proper indicator on like how loud it is. Like if it's at 50%, everything is like, oh, a knob style does not quite work. But hey, it is what it is there. Or I could just be smart and get a plug like headphones or earbuds into the monitor and ditch the speakers, but then can't really do that on games where there's like co-ops and stuff. But we definitely enjoyed it, and already making a notes and stuff, or at least mental notes, so like the next time we play, we do a classic Mass Effect run, it will be Liara and Garrus as the primary companions. Yeah. June 8th. Mass Effect. And of course, tonight, our Friday night game, we're going to play Heavy Rain on the PlayStation 4 side. Let's see just how badly we can screw that up. My playthrough of Detroit Become Human certainly was resulted in many bad, resulted in like 2 out of 3 bad endings. Like, yeah, go admire the legal team. Always a delight to play Mass Effect. And we go all out with the playthroughs. And we covered everything. I am kind of curious on a couple different fronts here. So let's see. The achievements. We got 38 out of 49 of the game's achievements. So the two I'm definitely not going for are Distinguished Combat Medal and Medal of Valor. It's like, no. But a future playthrough to get 1,000, break 1,000 gamer score in this game, that's going to be relatively easy because I have to be we'll have to do that as Adept, full biotic, which actually will have the challenge. You know, actually potentially I could do attempt a hardcore run because I got 2 characters fairly leveled up and we can do that. So I can 2 potential future playthroughs, with one being just to get to level 60 in either Insanity or Medal of Valor. I think these have to be 2 separate playthroughs, so there is that torture. But the next time I play the 360 version of Mass Effect, it's definitely going to be a challenge. Probably more challenging than the engineering one for sure, because we have to use all these powers. And we also have to do it with Garrus and Liara as the combination. But that will definitely get us past 1,000 gamer score just on that alone. Oh, switch careers. Oh, that's right. I started. Yeah, that's right. Delete that one. And delete that one. So there you go. So well, that's surprising. The original playthrough I did back in 2020, which we started on November 7th of that year, specifically, I remember that. We only got to level 50 in finishing the campaign. This one we did level 56, hopping out of the Mako every time. So that's a hell of a thing there. And the big reason why we haven't done other playthroughs in between, because we did, what was it? The Legendary Edition in 2021, all 3 games, and then we did Mass Effect 2 and 3, the 360 versions last year. So cycle back through to this one. So I actually did this playthrough faster, and I was being thorough. I was being more aggressive in tackling the enemies and stuff. Like, oh shit! So that was kind of cool. Like, we were thorough. We covered everything. We even, because we did missions out of order, we went out of our way to get various things done. Which actually raises the question, though. And I'll probably save this, because I know how certain events will play out. In that, what if you leave Liara to be the rescue of Liara last? I know how it plays out, but I eventually want to do a playthrough where you rescue Liara last, where you do Noveria, Pharaohs, and by proxy Vermeer first, and then you pick up Liara, get the I know she ends up being like delusional about it, that she was trapped there the entire time, and you just gotta suspend the disbelief that that the Geth and the Krogan are there trying to abduct her could not get through those force fields at all, which is one hell of a way to consider how that can go. But of course, that would not be on the next playthrough of it. It would be the following one. So anyway, all right. So tonight, Friday night stream. Of course, we got Heavy Rain, the game, not so much the weather. Let's see who we shall raid. Who do we have doing things right now? We will go drop in on Paradox AU, who streams out of Australia. They are playing Diablo 4, game we might consider grabbing as well at some point. So thank you very much, everybody who was hanging out as we completed another playthrough of one of my favorite games of all time, Mass Effect. So hope you all have a great night. Tighten your friendship bracelets. Have a great day today or tomorrow, depending if it's still Thursday for you. So I can still say that. And we'll see you about 9:30ish Eastern for something new, even though it's old and was originally released on the PlayStation 3, but we're playing it on the PlayStation 4. Logic, or lack thereof. Anyway, have a good one, folks. Bye.